MOKKA here, aka Leo, the host, and myself, and of course, for the narrative the sim racing series of Goldenrush and Thunderfire. Co-host will be here soon. As of now, shortly though, I will be BRB for a moment, but as for a little, we'll be mainly talking about a little half and half about both of the series. But until then, you guys will be here making a movement in the background until I am back. So sorry for that. You know. Setting wise. hello to everybody. I'm Bailey. I'm a streaming factory noises. So the meantime, you're seeing me really answer our texts and only on the text right now. You will only see me making something.
That's completely understandable, Leo. I just wanna, I mainly wanted to come by to check up on you. I'm probably gonna soon, get back to, writing my, I'm probably gonna soon get back to writing a couple more of my, stuff for the Chaos Keepers, which I'm getting, like, I'm close. Like, I'm past the halfway mark. I just finished I finished Aizen's mentor Aragi. So I am past halfway. If I decide to stop by again, it won't be until a little bit later. We'll see though. Yeah, you too. Later.
Alrighty, I am back. Jesus Christ, I was wondering how long you were going to be able until you get here. I just literally finished my damn pizza.
Yeah, stupid tour out of nowhere. Yeah, it's not done.
Oh.
The fucking stream should have been do it before.
Alright, well, anyways, let's just focus on what we're doing over here. I honestly like the paint scheme that you have with your panic machine. I actually like the little USA design on it from the back with the red, white, and blue stars. And actually a little bit of the USA over here. Now the only thing you need is just to put the numbers on there. And look at that. That's a nice number font right there. But I do have one question though. Would my white GM Good Wrench work as a special paint scheme?
I don't know, yeah, honestly.
Because during the time of 2001, Dale Earnhardt actually wanted to race in a different change of paint scheme here and there with the iconic white GM Good Wrench. Basically, instead of being Darth Vader, the man in black, he'll be the angel in white. And I honestly thought it was actually a pretty cool paint scheme, nevertheless. But what do you think?
Yeah, we'll see.
So I know I have plenty of paint schemes. I have the iconic GM Good Wrench. I also have that orange paint scheme and the 19 was it 96 Olympics paint scheme? Because I think I had three. Did I have three paint schemes?
You have the 1997 orange leader and just the ordinary Good Wrench.
Okay, so I guess my special paint scheme to fit as the white GM Good Wrench would probably be the. God damn it! Would probably be like a cool alternate paint scheme to add in there. That's the only special paint scheme that I'm gonna have as like a request, if that's acceptable. Because that way I will have like four paint. That way I'll have like four paint schemes, and I think I could come up with a schedule of it. I would assume if I could actually fit it in there. So we have the orange paint scheme, the iconic Man in Black paint scheme. Was it like the Olympics of '97?
This was 97 set, so yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess that works. But I also do like the little bit of the USA side on there as well. Very unique. Well, I do have some bad news to tell you. College football, my home team lost. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know about that, how I feel. It fucking sucks. At least it's just one loss, though, so if we just keep it as just a one minor setback, I think my home state can make it for the championship. Oh wow, you can put driver names on the dashboard on that side?
Yeah, it's a new thing. I never known.
Oh shit, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. I wonder how it's gonna look.
Yeah, I wonder about that too. Big shout out to Bobby for making this possible, so special thanks to you, Bobby. I think you should make the 0 a little bit more smaller.
I know.
Okay. But I will say, that game was actually kind of interesting, though, nevertheless.
Yeah.
Because when you have the iconic SEC tough dogs going against each other, you know you're in for a good match. Oh shit, someone's knocking to get my attention. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Bro, I got summoned for over fucking nothing. Oh well. I'm gonna sit back down and just relax for a little while. I do have one question though. How would the 105 look on the top of the car?
It would, it's pretty much the same as the thing you see in a moment.
Okay.
He's still freaking trying to get the electric out of the way.
I see.
To everybody in course of knowing what has happened today, well, mainly not today, but mainly what happened to our signups and everything, and etc. Today, as we speak from it, we had quite a few changes again on Goldenrush, and maybe a few solid amount of stays, and a good few amount of rookies actually coming in the last season.
So we actually basically got a very huge battle for Rookie of the Year, which honestly, from both sides, such as the Goldenrush for the main roster and the Thunderfire for our Bush series, I think this is going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think it's going to be one heck of a battle in the end. And Sue wants that title.
It would be, yeah. And honestly, we would have a lot of debates to say who would actually win Rookie of the Year. Because we actually got some pretty good rookies over here, such as Applin over here, who was our team owner, who we raced for Roush Racing from another racing league. So big shout out for Applin over here. Then we have another rookie over here for Venk Cutterman. Honestly, very interesting guy over here to say, nevertheless. Then we have another rookie over here for the 40. This is my son, who looks up to me as like a father figure in a way, which is strange, but I just roll with the punches basically. So I basically give a shout out to Kurios over here, and I do wish him very good luck, because before he started the race officially, he was a legal street racer, and now he's a legal racer. It's kind of a ironic thing, don't you think?
Yeah.
Then up next we have is Knight Sentinel, who is racing for the 92 as another rookie. So we got about 3 rookies, or actually Actually, I missed one right here. So there's 4 battle ups for the rookie. So there's the 51 of Ryan over here. Ryan's actually a really interesting person to watch over, at the very least. So actually, I missed another one. Well, god damn it, I can't count for shit.
You got 7 rookies.
Then we have... Yeah, we got 7 rookies, so I do deeply apologize if I miss y'all to say nevertheless, because I just came back eating pizza, man, and I feel like it was good. If you're wondering the type of pizza I ate some homemade pizza. When you cook it just right, you know damn well it's gonna be good. Oh, Jesus. That was a lot of green.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is actually a pretty cool paint scheme for Season 6 over here, honestly. So, driver name. I feel like we could write down a few driver names and put them in black. Would that work, possibly?
That's how I did it, technically.
So, let's see over here. Okay. Oh, okay.
Just need to turn on this.
That actually looks interesting. Now, the biggest question here is that where is that dashboard sign gonna be at?
That I really don't know, honestly.
The only way we'll find out is probably through the cockpit view. Inside where we're at the wheel is where we're gonna figure it out. I feel like it could be somewhere at the passenger side, kind of like real life NASCAR in a way.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm not sure. But nevertheless, it's going to be really interesting to see. But hey, when it comes to Season 6, this is probably going to be the best battles for Rookie of the Year. And not to mention with our very own Bush series, everyone within the second roster is a rookie.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to witness a lot of things. Now the question is, and this is kind of leading me to a bit of a conundrum over here, how are we going to be able to handle the scheduling with both rosters?
Good question. So for ours probably won't start next month. So in month prior, or depending when, I'm thinking when we get the tracks ready for season 1 of. Alright. Co-host will be right back at the moment. Right now, I'm just going to play. I'll start recording them. It's pretty much done. That is that. For that part. But yeah, for everybody else, how's everybody's day so far? check and everything. Actually, if we want to check on it. Let's see, number 2 down, only 2 more to go.
Alrighty. Here we go. I'm finally back. Jesus Christ. Well, family. And you know how family be. And I can't control them but myself. So anyways, we won't start the schedule until about next month.
Things fall off.
Headphones fell off?
No, the puffer things, it stays for a while, all of a sudden, they fell off.
Oh, you talking about that, the comfort pieces? I know how that feels, man. Believe me, I really do. Nice. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. Discord's having a stroke.
There we go. Now it's back to normal.
Alright, there we go. Now I'm back. Yeah, the layout was becoming too glitched, and I'm just like, alright. I have to leave and join back in to get it working.
Yeah, yeah. Alright, next sponsor.
You having another sponsor?
Remember, I'm doing two Hendrick, and one is just primary, one's the All-Star, and Daytona, and then the other one, lastly, it's gonna be, and then the other two are just my two other ones.
Oh, okay.
So, let's read this one. It's the second one was, do you remember NASCAR Thunder 2004?
I think I do. I think I played 2004 on the GameCube.
Well, if you remember correctly, on one of them, if you pick like one of the Pontiac cars, and it's sponsored by Waste Management, that's my second sponsor I'm doing.
Oh, okay. That sounds nice.
start of what the finale is probably enough. It's gonna be for season 6. On the track. Everybody knows Daytona on the start, right?
Yep.
There's gonna be a little more difference on scheduling. We only had one super speedway and road course. I think we're gonna just edit Winston Chase area for 2 to 3, 1 road course and 2 super speedways. For the finale, you guys will be kind of shocked.
Alright.
We're going to Daytona, right? On the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yep.
guess what we're going in? We're going to Daytona end it off.
Oh, so like a final chapter, I see.
Yep.
Okay, that's nice.
The difference being, though, we're gonna do a little more special, right? I think it's gonna be day. No. We're gonna go nighttime on beginning, put the reversal, and then daytime for the finale.
Nice. I honestly see the idea of what you're going with.
Yep.
It's very nice. Let's see here.
That's the one. That's a DAC key.
Yeah.
This is gonna be kind of tricky, though.
Oh, so that's what that racing series is called.
What?
So it's the Featherlight Modified series. Okay. Featherlight. You remember playing NASCAR 2005 Chase for the Cup?
Uh-huh.
So there's this division over here that could be an idea. So where instead we have just a traditional, like, us having, like, two divisions as well as our third division for Arkham Menards and then the Craftsman trucks. Why not we have our fifth division be based off of the Featherlight modified series?
Featherlight series.
Yeah, let me look it up real quick and I'll show you. Let me text it to you in DMs real quick. So this is what it's officially called. If I can get Discord to snap itself back in place. God damn it, hold on. There we go. So this is what it's called officially.
Take a look. Okay. Gotcha.
Do you think there's a NR 2003 mod of it?
I don't know.
The track you have used.
Oh, so there is a mod. There's a lot of mods of them. Okay. Sweet. So I found the mod of it. It's over here. Do you think this could work for our 5th division? Because I know we can't do IROC due to its lack of having a huge roster, about not even half of our roster.
Yeah.
So maybe this could be a good substitute, unless if we want to put Indy in there.
Let's take a look here.
You taking a look at the mod?
Yeah. Gotcha. I mean, I have mentioned it before, Dirt or another series.
We'll call it our ARCA truck series.
No. If we have an arc,
Mhm.
we have an arc.
It'll be funny if we had 2 ARCA series, though.
That'd be too confusing for the audience, unfortunately.
Which is true, yeah. I will agree to that.
Wow, that's how they. Okay. Okay, let's get to work.
Yep, let's get to work with the paint schemes.
In the meantime, while I'm doing that, I want to talk about a lot about the season 2. See what you expect, what you expect, and what's your opinion. Who you think is gonna get wins? Who's gonna get the chance? Who you think this, etc. While I keep this occupied.
Okay.
So you go.
So, right.
You go ahead and tell your thoughts about Thunderfire. What should happen?
Now, honestly, for Thunderfire, this is actually really, really interesting. Because while we are actually doing the same year model, we did came up with the conclusion that we're using the different type of mod. So we tried to figure out the source to make some few custom paint schemes and maybe expand on the roster here and there, but unfortunately, it wouldn't work into our favor. So we decided to just stick with the punches and go with what the mod offers. At least it has 42 or more amount of drivers over here. So if anyone's interested to the signups during that time, which we've obviously about have a full-on roster. However, I have one friend that wants to claim that spot for the number 28. So I'm waiting for him to get his account set up, and yeah, that should be set in stone from there. So I'm waiting for my good old bud King Will to join in, because I started negotiating with him with this on my birthday, or not on my birthday, on his birthday. He just turned 23, so I showed him the ropes of how it works basically, and that's just, see what sticks. And the reason he told me about the reason why he would pick the 28 car is because that would be on the exact day on his birthday, which is this month of September, which passed yesterday. But I did done a live stream on it yesterday, which was about the longest stream I've ever had recorded as of recently. But yeah, but regardless of some issues that I have with YouTube, I'm pretty sure that I'll actually still stick around and do all sort of stuff. I just hope that one day YouTube will be fixed to its proper stuff, because at this point, with the direction with YouTube, I don't blame the people why they're leaving or just doing stuff, other than just YouTube. So I hope one day, once we have the right direction with management from there, I'm pretty sure everyone will love to get back into it again. But as it is right now, we're focusing on cars, so let's focus on some few predictions of what racing is going to be. So with Thunderfire over here, it is going to be very unpredictable. However, with some few exception, with some veterans may have a slight edge overall in the Thunderfire, but we will expect the unexpected, because a potential few amount of rookies in the Thunderfire, they could be able to have an advantage against some of the veterans over here. But I do expect some veterans actually having more of an edge than compared to a few rookies, while some rookies might give the veterans a run of their money, such as myself, FaZe, and then the host himself, Jeff Gordon Ramsay, K Lemon. Those are the veterans that are in here, basically, including Viper as well. the veterans are probably going to have much more of an edge to the likes of Thunderfire. I do think Jeff Gordon Ramsay could be the underdog veteran overall when it comes to the Thunderfire series, because if you look at what he has done overall in the main roster, he did his best and he was somewhat unpredictable in a way, but his performance was kind of a lackluster and kind of mid overall. Unlike Roadrunner, who actually did really solid, did add a few setbacks from the beginning half of season 5. However, overall in the end, he finished strong within the top 10 in points overall. So that's going to benefit him for season 6, and he might be able to actually compete for the championship of the Winston Chase. He might be able to win his second cup. But don't count out the others that finished well as myself. I'm probably one of the potential person that could actually win a second cup within my career overall. I mean, I'm not saying that out of spite and being biased or whatnot, because I actually had a really good performance with not only my first win down at Dover from that little monster mile down there for the third race, but also went back to back after, I think it was at Memphis when I had my redemption win, because after what happened with over by at Riverside, which I think is still going to be used, but we're not entirely sure what the fate would be for Riverside, because we discovered and noticed with a little bit of issues that's been going around with Riverside. But nevertheless, I do hope Riverside's, going to be fixed with the officials not being biased or whatnot. So if we actually do see officials being biased or benefiting in those, such as 27, for example, that happened in the past, they're definitely going to get more than just fired. They're probably going to be facing some hefty fines from the sidelines as well. And that would include other racers such as myself if I'm getting benefited for no reason. Unless if it's something that's like the rules, like what happened down at Las Vegas. That one's a bit of a different story. That one's a bit of a doozy. But this one actually makes a lot of sense, because when it came with the 27 with poor communication, that's where he got rightfully deserved to be finishing in last, because in the official rules, when the yellow flag is out, when someone finishes ahead of you once they pass the start-finish line for the caution, you gotta go back into the position behind the said leader. But in this example, he did not. Therefore, the official rule book of NASCAR would give the person who didn't get back into the position properly no points, like benefited from like any other from the results, even if they finished first, and have them docked down minus 10 points. So that one was a bit of a wild situation, a bit of a controversy with the 27. Even though he won the championship, some theorized that it was kind of a BS finale of season 5, which there is some bit of BS, but nevertheless, it was a good ending for a good note for season 5. Would the 27 likely finish off of a back-to-back with the cup? It is a possibility, because he actually done pretty good despite only having barely winning Rookie of the Year after season. Well, it was before season 5. It was season 4 with the Craftsman trucks that we did a little experiment. Unfortunately, Roadrunner did have a championship hangover, but at least he didn't have another hangover with the minor setbacks that Roadrunner had to go through. But I do hope he actually does pretty good for season 6. And maybe, since we actually do have the mod for over here, I feel like we could do a pretty cool paint scheme for Roadrunner to surprise him if he's unable to make himself a paint scheme.
Yeah, I can try to make one. I can't remember what factory it is, but I can try to
The 34
Yeah.
for the Wednesday chase for the Goldenrush. Let me look at that real quick. It is a Chevrolet.
Okay.
So we'll look up some good Chevrolet paint schemes. We all know he's a Jeff Gordon fan, but unfortunately someone did took the 24, so that's unfortunately a big whoopsie daisy for a little Roadrunner being the 34. But surprisingly enough, Jeff Gordon Ramsay took the opportunity, just like me with the 3, he took the opportunity without hesitation of being the 24.
Oh, yeah,
I guess he really loved being a Rainbow Warrior, me being the iconic Ironheart. And I do believe that I think the 24 might have a chance to be a good contender for the mid-pack. There is a very, very slight chance of him actually being able to be a top 10 contender. But if he does wind up being in the top 10, then I'll give him kudos for that. I will say, nevertheless, he will rock with some pretty cool iconic paint schemes at the end of the day.
yeah, especially you're gonna see some soon on his ends. It's gonna be a pretty cool one to look. There's a few amount of the mod in there that it's gonna be not that no
Oh.
to watch and see.
Now, if you're wondering the type of stats that all of the rookies will go through, they'll have an average set of stats. Depending on their performance, they will do well. So, with the benefit with their maximum section is going to be set to their maximum. Meanwhile, the minimum side is all of them is going to be set to 60.
Yep, that's how Ink Max in general is to be full on max. And with minimums, depending how you perform in general, with melee to the veterans or the ones after their rookie year, etc., you'll have that percentage amount. But if you're a rookie at the get-go, you pretty much start.
You're just basically set with a 60% within all the minimum sections. So basically, such as Applin, Kayla, Danielle, Venk, Cryos, Ryan, Anna Millennia. Sorry if I butcher your name. Night Sentinel are going to be the ones with the set requirement of 60 for the minimum. Which, nevertheless, it will all be fair to see who would actually contend well for the Rookie of the Year spot.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be a very close one. Though I am surprised of how well we've actually have a lot of people over here. I mean, if we have a lot more people, then we're probably going to have Division 3, 4, and 5.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it, honestly. It'd be unexpectedly, in the exact same time, would be great. To get it more sooner than later. I mean, the reason why it's not gonna be that soon right now, it's maybe just due to the fact that it's gonna be more of a waiting game with the amount of people and drivers we have, so.
Yep. And we might have some few throwbacks within our seasons, such as an iconic one from Mr. White. He actually came up with his team and said, hey, instead of racing for another number 9, since someone took it away, why not we race with my very own first number, the 155. Now, this is really interesting. We actually have 3 drivers, once again, the repeat from Season 5. We actually have 3 triple-digit numbers over here, such as the 105, which is the host himself, which you've probably seen him making his first paint scheme, now currently making his secondary one. And then, like we discussed before, the 155 of Mr. White. And here's something that's a little bit of a shocker. Our boy Jeff Goku is back again with the 172 machine. Could he rock with it? Could he rock with the same sponsor with AT&T?
Yeah, for real, honestly, I think after the performance they saw, there's probably no doubt. I think that AT&T is definitely gonna offer him again another shot at.
I mean, he did finish in the mid-pack, which he did finish in 16th in points, but he actually did show off a lot of good potential. So I do believe that AT&T would be his sponsor for one more year, and that is for Season 6. However, I would say for Draken, it's a bit of a 50-50 when it came to his Zendrick machine. But I will say this, he is going to have another Jelly Bean paint scheme, unless if he's getting sick and tired of that same rotten egg Jelly Bean.
Yeah. I think for him, however, for that Jelly Bean machine, it's going to be a slap in there, and I think that one will be just scheduled at that point, because I heard Jelly Beans of themselves said it's all funny in games, but we're putting a limit in amount now to full time due to financial issues, it seems.
Now, big interesting question is that the Rookie of the Year who won Season 5, Lightning McBeans, he's likely going to rock with more variations of his Rusty's racing team. And potentially he could have a tribute paint scheme as a special paint scheme when he first started racing at his racing academy for Smell Swell. Honestly, I'm not sure how he's going to go with it, but if he can rock with it, then by all means, go for it, you know? But I will say this, is that he will have a tribute paint scheme for his late mentor, the Hudson Hornet, in the second movie of Cars, when he finished his 4th Piston Cup within his own belt. This was before he was joining the Grand Prix, so he was in his prime during the time. So it was like 2010 during that time. I will have to show Leo about that paint scheme over here, but would it be a possibility if he could rock with that?
He already has a USA looking one. I'll probably just put back him into the Rusty's machine again, and maybe one more.
Because I'm thinking he could rock with that, with the Hudson Hornet Piston Cup Rusty's paint scheme.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm not really planning to make as much paint schemes planned this time, since that set has a good amount already.
Right, but you know, if whatever that gives a good idea from drivers over here, if it fits, it fits, you know?
Oh yeah, I know, 100%.
Just like me throwing an idea of with me having a special dairy paint scheme, with me having a white good wrench machine.
Yeah. The reason why I don't make paint schemes is if there's a car that unfortunately is not, there. And that's the only, again, reason I'll make one in the first place. For example, my 105 machine has to always be made since it's a freaking triple digit number.
But at the very least, question is, who is likely going to sponsor the 155 paint scheme? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there are much connections with White with his first time driving the 105 paint scheme for the sponsor from season 1.
Yeah, they're not even interested anymore. Or they were the one and done. I heard.
So I guess he's probably going to have to look for another sponsor, I guess.
Yeah. Who knows?
Well,
We'll see what the official sponsor is going to be called. Or what he's going to go with. Might be Coors Light. Might be this. Might be this one. Might be when he was riding previously. Might be one after that. Like, who really knows?
That is true. You may never know when it comes to that. Though a big interesting part about one of our special drivers who was previously driving the number 1 of Torque, a bold move that he actually went with is taking the number 44 car with the Hot Wheels machine. I guess we got ourselves a German Kyle Petty. And he did rock with that iconic Ford GT40 paint scheme, but right now he is a Pontiac. So I'm guessing he's probably going to rock with either rock with his current paint scheme that he has, such as the Hot Wheels sponsor, or is what he's planning to do to have MLP as one of his sponsors. Honestly, with the My Little Pony paint scheme, for his idea over here, sounds really strange. But, whatever works with him, I guess.
Yeah.
So it was a very weird talk going on with his crew chief when it comes to the sponsors and the whole paint schemes and whatnot. However, there are some theories about the 57 of K11 could be rocking with Joel McQueen's beta paint scheme from that trailer from 2005 Cars.
Yeah,
but it is going to be in the talks with a sponsor called the Coercion Seal. However, it's not set in stone yet, so don't have your hopes up if you're hoping to see the 57 back in action with the Coercion Seal.
Plus, we don't know for certain yet, but we don't know if he's going to be also be sponsored by Heinz again with, quote-unquote, ketchup.
Yeah. I guess you could say he might not catch up with the ketchup sponsor.
Yeah, you never know until you know.
Yep. I will say to this over here right now is that a big interesting change was Savior Rex from the 2 to the 31.
Yeah, it was rocking with the 2, but at the time I don't think he didn't like his 2 car whatsoever. So it's probably understandable that he moved on.
They tried everything they can to fix it. I mean, believe me, they tried.
But in the end, it didn't really convince him. So he moved on to a new car. And lo and behold.
Because when I looked at, let me check see if he was in season 2.
He was 13 for 2 seasons.
Yeah, he was the number 13 ever since his rookie debut of season 3.
He was a part-time rookie, of course, mainly halfway through the season 2, the number 13.
Then he switched over to the 2 for the Craftsman trucks. Or, no, he wasn't. He was stuck with the 13 with his rookie debut in the 70s machines. from season 3 and season 4 with the Craftsman trucks. It's then after we finished with season 4 is when he went to the number 2.
Yeah, so that's what we got. And it's still pretty shocking that he took that move.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty shocking still that he actually took it. Now, a big interesting change is that Sonic DSV is in a new ride in a new number instead of being the 70 as he was traditionally was. He's now rocking it with the 77 machine.
And switch manufactured. He was with the Chevys for about three, 4, and 5. But CF3 was probably the only time Chevy give him a one-time shine. To be honest, I don't really blame him after only getting one good treatment.
Yep. Now, an interesting thing is about Boss. He went from the 0 from the Oldsmobile to the 35 of the Pontiac. And if you look at how well he did throughout the season, he actually finished, let's see here, he finished in the top 15.
That's really good, despite with Oldsmobile.
Yeah, so I guess he decided to call it quits for Oldsmobile since Oldsmobile didn't actually do well ever since till about season 3 is when Oldsmobile was collaborated with Ford and they were the tough stuff back then. So I guess the boss over here decided to went for Pontiac and decided to give it a shot. Another big thing that happened is with Apollo over here. He went from the 0, he went from the 10 to the 0, so he went from a Chevy. Was he a Chevy?
Yeah.
And then went to Ford. Same way how Sonic DSV went through.
Now, this decision, I'm not so sure. I guess he just wants to try out Ford now. Just like Shade, for example, he tried out Ford once.
And it did not do well with me. I had to clinch into the wildcard system in order to get myself into the championship. But a big interesting thing is with Calypso. He went from the number 16 to, let's see over here. Let me look through Calypso's machine. He went from the 42, which, correct me if I'm wrong, was that a Chevy? Or was it a Pontiac?
I believe it was Pontiac.
He went from Pontiac to Ford.
Yeah, another little shocker.
But what's another shocker is that Ace went from a Buick to a Ford.
Now, granted, she has been fortunate in what past. She was Ford for season 1 and 2. Went Dodge, and then back to Ford. Then she went Buick once, since Ford wasn't really spot in 99, I believe. And then
Right.
once again, she's now back at the Ford for her, I believe, third time in her career, or no, fourth time, I would say.
Right.
So, she's mainly been a Ford. She has really been successful in the Ford. Buick, she did decent. Dodge, she also did somewhat okay, but not as she hoped. In Daytona, Daytona's
Right.
Dodge Daytona.
Yep. But yeah, this is interesting to see is that there's been a lot of changes going on, and there's been a lot of stuff going on.
Now, at first for me, and for everybody, is the 105. I was technically a Dodge at first. For a fun fact.
Yeah, that's right. You were a Dodge when you first tried out. Then you went from Pontiac and then back to Dodge,
Yeah, so
and you were part time. Was the 28 a Chevy in the Craftsman trucks, or was the
yeah, it was a Chevy.
So you went part time with the Chevy?
And it was meh, but at that time wasn't really one of the supportive trucks from Chevy.
Yeah.
So that was pretty expected to be. Even not well, besides that one time on Vertiling, but that was probably the only time I would had an actual good run with that 28.
Yeah.
But then I went back to again 105, and everybody expected like, oh, is he going back to this good old Dodge or whatever? Well, fortunately, Dodge was not even around, but it's still there. Or it was still there, but it was just not there. I was thinking, just since I had Pontiac on 57 and on the 59, and I was what I feel like Pontiac in general was just underrated. I went
Right.
back 105, brought that baby back as the Pontiac. At the start, I technically wanted that my 105 car to start, but at least at the very end, it did well enough in the end, and hopefully forward it can go even more than that.
Yep.
At least my first sponsor was automatically to go on board.
Yep.
I see you said no thank you one time only. It wasn't really the performance, it was just a one and go. See how that experiment did.
Yep. Just like how I experimented with a Ford for myself in season 3, and that didn't do me well, but it did help me get through the wildcard system, and me, surprisingly enough, finished well for second. I almost got close to winning the championship, but unfortunately, Roadrunner was just that guy.
Plus, he had one of the best rides out there of Fords. And that's the 21 of all things. Especially in
Yeah.
the actual fact of 21 with Brothers. And I think it was Enterprises and Wood Brother, they were at it back in the day.
Yeah, they were cooking.
Yeah, we're almost done here with secondary parts. If you know which one exactly I am doing, this is the one. And this is a die cast, by the way.
Yeah, let's take a little gander to see what it looks like.
07.
Ah,
It's the 07, and this is a die cast car of it.
that actually looks pretty cool. That one's for Starlin Marlin? And you putting that into a Pontiac.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So behind that, that's actually the lifters that they use. It's pretty freaking cool.
Nice.
So we got that part.
Nutcracker. I can't get that Nutcracker thing out of my head. With that commercial with the Green Army men. Is that Christmas commercial? Gotta add in the white for white. Yep.
But yeah, if I get done with my energy paint schemes, enough time that I'm thinking to probably do, we'll get those tracks lined up, ready soon.
We'll start scheduling the tracks.
Yeah, for Thunderfire.
Oh, so we're starting off our Bush series first and then the main roster. Nice. That sounds like a good idea. Good idea. Of course, like always, traditional NASCAR start at Daytona.
Yeah, that's always number one.
Number one rule, always start in Daytona first.
In my early season days, what was it? We did Coca-Cola, surprisingly enough, the fantasy track, and that was pretty cool. Then we did Texas, and UFO went for Speedway, and that was fun. But at the end of the day, we decided that it's time to do it with good old tradition way. It's, well, we do it on, you guessed it, always do it on Daytona.
Yep. I'm honestly really hyped for my season 6 has to bring an offer. But I will say this. I have a special feeling that um the rookie driver for the 80, I feel like he could rock a paint scheme that will give little Isaac a message.
And what's that?
That he may be the iconic BMW, but he's got to deal with one Mustang that will always beat him. And he will definitely give him more than just a cut from a razor.
Get where you're going.
Yep. He would be the razor of the Winston chase.
Alright, we're almost done with this part, and then next one is gonna be, we're gonna do the lifter first, actually, yeah, we're gonna do the lifter first, or no, we should do the free stripers. I got this probably find a picture and just put a striper on there. Still looks like they're just traditional, more green and white on the outer side. So,
Yep.
man, I'm thinking, because I think it has been almost a month by now in technicality that we should get some action going soon.
Now the question is, are we gonna do both series at once, or are we doing just one series and then move on to the main one?
So it's gonna work like usually NASCAR do it, right? Trucks usually start off first, right, in Division 3, but since we only have 2 divisions, we're gonna start in a month prior, and that's we're starting division. We're starting in Division 2 first.
So we're starting off our Bush series first.
Yeah, the old Bush series, or National Bush, as it's called originally in the day.
National Bush, yep.
And then after that, after the last day of October, November is our starting of course, of Goldenrush Season 6.
I do have a feeling, though, for everyone within the drivers within the second roster, except the veterans, they will most likely start off with 60 to basically have it all maxed out.
Do you? Man, I'll make the BM Yoshi once again, and for Isaac, and then Razor Machine.
Yep. Ugh, I gotta say, Isaac would definitely have to watch out. Yeah.
Let's see if it's not connected or close to that, so it'll be mainly where those would be. So like bug, Gatorade, booties, etc. It's at. So let me go find a. Let me go find. Enter. And that's all 42 drivers, while you could, in your opinion, what detail which which of like every driver in this Thunderfire of which ones are going to be doing good, mid, in numbers.
Terrible.
Yeah, terrible.
Honestly, like I said before, is that everyone in the Thunderfire are going to be dead on equal, so it's going to be very hard to determine if which one's going to be doing well and which one's going to be not so doing well. But I will say for certain is that veterans may have a slight edge against all the people who are in our National Bush series. So this one is really interesting to discuss at the very least. So for Ali, he's probably going to be doing well for a rookie. Aztec will also be doing well. Venk Cutterman, ooh, he might give some veterans a run of their money. Ryan's going to be very interesting to discuss because he's in both leagues for this one. Victor, I'm pretty sure Victor's probably going to get his best shot out there. Eddie's going to be really interesting to see. Myself, well, obviously, I may have a slight edge against all of them. But just to be fair, we'll put veterans that have raced before throughout our series and just joined our second division. We'll give them all minimum of 65. That way they'll have an advantage, but it wouldn't be an unfair advantage. Brittany, well, Brittany's got some very good potential, I will say at the very least. She really does have potential. As for Timothy MOKKA, I spoke with him personally about the racing series, and he's hoping for the best that he'll actually win this. So he may actually have a good shot at this. FaZe, just like the veterans, will have a slight advantage. Omar, not too very sure about it, but it's really interesting to see at the very least. Applin, though. Applin start racing for both leagues. So this one's going to be really interesting to see at the very least, to see what Applin's going to do for not just at the Thunderfire, but also the Goldenrush. Dale Irwin, I could see Dale Irwin as a good contender at the very least. John Toon, I think John Toon would actually do pretty good at the very least. He's going to give it his best shot out there. King Viper. King Viper is actually gonna give it all he's got out there, and hopefully, with other over here likewise are going to be doing very well. See, Jedi Master is actually looking himself to use the Force to win this race, just like how Anakin won at the pod races. Danielle may have the stuff to actually compete against other rookies over here and may have a slight edge because he's not only a commentator, he is also a racer over here as well. My bud King Will, he's actually really good, not only as a powerful hero who's created the Heroes of Justice League, he actually has experience racing here and there with a little help of an iconic racer named Speed Racer. Now for Kayla, this one's interesting. She's racing in both leagues, so she may have a slight edge either in this season or in the next season by 7. Now, Bobby's also going to have an edge over here as well. So this one's going to be really interesting to discuss about Bobby, is that take a look where he finished at when it came to points overall in the stands. So he finished in 11th, very close to the top 10, but just came up a tad bit short. But regardless, he's probably going to be one of the best veteran racers out there besides myself, Leo, and a few others that joined in as well. Next one is Zeno. Not the Zeno that retired from racing after season 4. We're talking about a new Zeno, the Zeno Sonic, his first debut. Honestly, he's really interesting to see. He's probably got some good old stuff in here in this, racing skills at the very least. When it comes to Killua is really interesting to see. He's been taught racing from Atomic and a few others from the Boys Empire, so he may have a slight edge into this Thunderfire season as well. Arthur Emmanuel Horat. Arthur's going to be very interesting to discuss at the very least. The SOT Productions, they're looking forward to having a very good racing time. As well as Tord, aka the Pizza Man, he's looking forward to having a little bit of advantage as well. John is actually going to be really interesting to watch because he's a motor sports champion since 2021 with 1 diecast win and 4 NR 2003 wins. So let's see if he's actually got the stuff to make more wins.
Yeah, make it happen.
Distant Mist. This one is really interesting. Just started off out of the middle of nowhere and looking forward to make a name out of himself. So let's see if he's got the stuff. Now we're getting into one of the juicy racers over here that's actually really interesting. Jeff Gordon Ramsay. He may have a little bit of advantage in Thunderfire because while he is struggling out there in the main roster for the Goldenrush, he will actually most likely be doing good in the Thunderfire. Now, the next one for the host, likewise, he's going to be doing very well within Thunderfire. Now, let's take a look at what he ended up with points overall. Your host may have finished in 19th in the main roster, but that wouldn't hinder the chances of him being a very good contender in our second division. So, like the veterans, he may have a slight advantage because of experience. Now, Dahiel is really interesting to see. Appeared out of the middle of nowhere, and likely actually going to be doing pretty good throughout the entire season. So most likely going to be an average. Danny is really interesting to see. Danny has some, just like how my son online, Danny is also a racer in the streets. So Danny might have a slight advantage over here when it comes to the races. And he's actually Danny's actually pretty knowledgeable on NASCAR, so this one's going to be very interesting to see. So I think Danny might have the stuff to actually win her own first National Busch Cup. Now, next one for the 50, Nick. I hadn't heard much about Nick, but he's just appeared over here, so let's hope he does pretty good. Now for Amma Mini. Now Amma Miniman needs Anna Miniman. I feel like freaking I feel like fucking Clarkson whenever he's trying to pronounce Doofenshmirtz. It's like I'm Doofin. I can't believe about this name. Just whoever named himself, whoever's taken the freaking 52, that is a ridiculous name, and I'm not gonna attempt to try to butcher it more.
This called May.
Anime. God damn it!
just call
I
me.
swear.
Just call me.
So May, okay, so May appeared out of the middle of nowhere. What's up at the? I swear. I swear. I'm gonna kill myself after this. But anyways, moving on to 56. Pierce's is cool. So Pierce is actually a accident enjoyer. So we're gonna have to watch out for another wrecky man. Now here's another veteran racer that may have a slight edge over here. K Lemon. Surprisingly enough, K Lemon's racing in his iconic number, the 57. K Lemon actually finished within the top 15 in 12th from season 5, so he's got a slight advantage overall from all the rookies.
Yeah.
And next one, Cherry Bomb. Let's hope she don't become explosive for season 6 for the National Busch over here. Now, Charge is actually interesting to see. Charge has a really interesting bio, starting racing from the #1 Skull Bandit Oldsmobile. So I guess he probably took it over towards Ride before Tord actually officially joined in the race for season 5. As a funny jab to him. Xavier is really interesting to see. He's a classic dude who loves classic media. That is our band leader. We're going to keep our band anonymous, so we're just going to say we run a band, so shh.
Yeah.
Now, next one coming up is Alex Bowman. Not sure about the resume about Alex, but I sure do hope he's going to do tremendous overall for our Thunderfire series. Next one, Viper. She's going to have a slight advantage overall from all the rookies, just like the veterans. Now, here comes Kevin, aka Trinity Nexus. Nexus over here is really interesting to see. He's been trained by the boys of how to race. So the next one over here, Cloudy. This one's a very unexpected racer to join in, being friends from not just from Bobby's end, but also from Tord and as well as Tank, surprisingly enough at the very least. So let's hope that Cloudy over here would do pretty good. And for my son over here, Cryos. Just like Danny, street racer, but Cryos is more of a aggressive street racer, so we may see some intentional and accidental wrecks from my son over here. So if you get hit within the pit maneuver from him, wump wump, tough shit. Get over it.
Yep.
Who's gonna likely win for season 6 for the Thunderfire? It's most likely gonna be the veterans, but I could be wrong because that's like a let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like 7 out of 42 chances of who would actually win as a veteran for Thunderfire.
Yeah, so not that much veterans that were in the Goldenrush, and expect not really that much. It's definitely gonna be mainly the new guys in there.
Yep.
That I think
But I will say this, Thunderfire is definitely going to be chaotic, especially at super speedways.
Oh yeah.
The most chaotic one I would see most of the time would probably be Coca-Cola. So with honorable mentions, we'll think about what's going on for the second roster. We'll discuss about the scheduling. But I do have some questions I will ask. Is that how many short tracks and road courses are we going to have for the Thunderfire racers?
That's actually a good one. I think overall we should have about 10 to 12, at least 8 at the least, 12 at the max.
Ooh. That is interesting. 8 potential road courses.
Yeah.
That is something very interesting to see.
Huh?
I'm trying to think of something. Who do you think is most likely going to dominate all super speedways, all road courses, all short tracks, and all regular speedways? Who is most likely going to be the dominant out of all the rookies within Thunderfire?
I would say it's anyone, but if it would come down to the top 10 guys, I mean, I haven't really put 5 the guy and myself yet. I mean, I'll go to my opinion, thinking how they're gonna do, right? And then I'll put my final 5, what I think in the end of the day.
Did you mess up with your paint?
No, this thing was originally the third thing to do, not the second thing to do.
Okay.
So Allie again, for me, I think he's gonna do a solid. I expect nothing else besides hopefully he does well. Strippy Jeekin, I think he's gonna do alright. Look around, scout a few leagues on his end. If he brings that experience at least, I think he's gonna be a solid contender for then ultimate, and definitely a good speedy guy. I think he's gonna be a speedway contender in a super speedway and that and really eliminate that as well. Singles to Bobby. He's gonna be also in the super speedway guy to watch out, and he's gonna be definitely one of the top dogs to look out. Ryan, of course, and he's also a solid former guy out there. And to me, at least, I think he's gonna do pretty well, depending if he doesn't mess up.
Yep.
See here for Mr. Victor TH. Let's see how he plays out. He might be one of the aggressive guys out there, though. And he asked of one of the teammates of Goldenrush, I believe they're one of the teammates of Shade. I see a consistency. A1 see him as a consistency fella.
Yep.
I think, in my opinion. Let's see. For, of course, good old Shane. He has experience. I expect him to do good no matter what. Brittany, I think she is gonna do. It's a 50-50 for me, but I think she'll have some ups and downs at the beginning, some midway, and maybe do good again. Mr. Tim himself, Terminator,
Or Timothy MOKKA.
I think he has gonna have a good season, especially he's gonna have support in the back on Mr. Shade and Kingwell. We'll get to him soon. But yeah, I see him doing a solid, at least maybe a win at best.
Yeah.
Now let's go to FaZe. He's a veteran. He was free agent last season, of course. No ride for him. And now he's back in action, so I expect him to be a little rusty. But in the end of the day, I see him to at least bounce back where he left off.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. To my boy MOKKA. He was a car. I think he has racing experience, and I believe in the end he's gonna do good, solid. Now, so our boss on Walmart League of Ross Racing. He has experience of racing, so I expect him to do good. Next up on the list is, of course, Dale Irwin. And after what I saw in Walmart League, there's definitely potential that he's going to be a good driver. next up on the plate, the 21 is one of the trip. Is one in the teammates. Yeah, one of the teammates, both teammates for on Tord and the other one just Blaze. I expect him to do alright. Not big, but just, you know, mid-pack. Start.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Let's see. Next on the board is King Vipe. And I think he's gonna do alright. I think he's only gonna be a one-time guy. Not Herman. After that, we got Grandmaster. I think he's gonna be a one-time. Let's see how he does. And then, I think one-time guys, I feel like they're gonna do either good or bad, or just whatever. For let's see him to be as a little aggressive, not aggressive as Shade, but definitely has his moments in games can really have his teammates of Shade and Tim with him. Now we got Kayla Gritton. I expect her to be pretty aggressive racer and probably do well.
I'm gonna say this. She'll be too aggressive to where she'll knock out the competition.
Possibly.
After all, she has a habit to get her mind as a thick skull, like she is a thick bear.
Yeah, being too big of a bear or bear's aware.
Yep. Now here comes the guy himself who won the first race of season 5, Bobby.
Yeah, as I said before, and probably he said before, he's gonna be a Zero Speedway a contender no matter what. He's gonna be the masters of Steelers on that, and I think for him, he's gonna be the guy to watch out no matter what.
Yep.
Let's see. Next is again Zeno. Former boy is possibly go back to the boys soon. But him, so right now I think he's gonna do a solid, in my opinion, and do well.
Yep. What's the next one?
Let's see, next is of course, let's see, good old Sleepy. Yeah, I believe that's Kayla.
Versus.
That's Kayla.
Yep.
Kayla, he's part of the boys. I expect him to also do well. Expect he's joined with Mr. Kev. That'll get there soon. Arthur. We're just going for it. It's a 50-50, but I think he's going to be a mid-pack best, in my opinion. Followed by that is going to be... Sonic Productions. They did good. They're probably gonna do well. So I expect big things on their part.
Yeah.
Let's see. Twilight. Oh yeah, that's Mr. Pizza Man himself. I expect that hopefully he could do well. At the very best. And be a top contender. Joshua the Good Engine, or just Genoa. I think he's gonna be okay, but I could be wrong. He's gonna do better. This fella right here, Baller or just a mess. I think he's gonna do good. Jeff Ramsey as and I think it's the me or Strabbers. So I expect us to do solid or better. Hopefully, can do well. Sirens. So I think I see some big expectations here.
Yeah.
Following that, I see Nick. I think Nick is gonna do alright, but we'll find out and see. Then
Yeah.
Maya. I expect her, or I don't know exactly. I see some experience racing, so I think they're definitely be a good challenger. Now we got the average NASCAR, Pierce Cool. I think he's gonna be the wrecking man on the Thunderfire, in my opinion. If he has that kind of nickname, but if he's not gonna really be that guy, but he kind of seeks those kind of be that kind of guy to try to get wins or those podium or top 10s. I expect him maybe to do that. That K11, I expect him to be the fastest of fasters in this. So he's gonna need a ton of ops. Dogs up there as well. Cherry Bomb. Let's just hope Cherry Bomb can do well. There's definitely what I heard. I expect good amount and some good amount of experience there. Hopefully he can do well and show what he got to take. Xavier, again, I expect him as well to also have some good things, and hopefully he does a solid job in his first career. Same as to Alex. That Viper's a veteran, as we said before, another veterans. I think she's gonna do pretty well. Now, as we go back to other boys, Cat, Trade Nexus, or Eternal, whatever you want to call him. I expect some good things out of him. If the leaders here, I expect them to be the unexpected guys to do good, mid, and sometimes bad, but I expect them to at least have different ways how they're going to do it at the end of the day. Then we got, I believe, the last teammate. Cloudy Danger, I expect some good things, and then we got Dead, or is the of the 80. That fella is gonna be definitely a must watch. So for me, really, I think I have never down the see Vink, Ryan, FaZe, Omar, Killua with his teammate Kev, Jeff Gordon Ramsay, Tord, and I would say last least Charge, because seeing that, I think they're definitely going to be very good on the tracks in general. Now, depending what tracks in their history, I expect them to maybe try to be good as possible, but only time will tell, and see what, how good exactly they're going to be, because I think, again, the real show will show it in, I guess, preseason. We usually do one of each, or so, we do a super speedway, and a short track, and that determines a little sample of how they're gonna do well. And speaking of whatchamacallit, speaking of the preseason for Thunderfire, that I believe will happen at the 30th if we get the right timing. So I'm gonna probably make the 69 car for Viper, so that we can get the thing going. But if it doesn't, endpoint to that, I probably have to substitute her to a different car. So we'll find that soon.
Substitute to a different car?
So if the paint scheme doesn't for the butchers, right? If it doesn't get in it, then we would most likely have to substitute her to a different car, mainly a different Pontiac, due to say, I believe, or just a different Chevy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the previous manufacturer age was the Chevys, 29 to be exact.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna see there. Now, championship, I'm really not certain yet, but if I would pick the last one, thinking who's gonna get it all, I think that it's gonna come down to at least 6 4 drivers. At least. That's just my guess, right? I see two vets, right? I see Bobby and Jeff Ramsay. Then for the 4 newcomers, I see George, Ryan, Pone, and I would say it's gonna be tie between Tim or Will, depending who's gonna be the one taken in that last spot.
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts of
Okay, so let's take care of this one with quick speed. So with veterans, I can agree with Jeff Gordon Ramsay being part of it, but I could also argue with Bobby, you, and myself being one of the top contenders. I would say K Lemon though, but he'll most likely may fall short, but I could be wrong. For rookies over here, it would probably be going to Killua, Dale Irwin, Tim and Will, possibly Venk Cutterman being part of it, because most of the tracks would be super speedways, but I'm not sure depending on the schedule. Because if we have mostly super speedways within the schedule, then I can see Venk Cutterman have a bit of an edge when it comes to the first season of our Bush National or National Bush Series, as well as Bobby. However, when it comes to road course, it is going to be between you and me, because we are best road course contenders. Now for rookies, I have a feeling that Danny and Karios would definitely give us a run of their money. Because, like I said, they were both street racers before they became legal NASCAR racers, so they may have a slight edge. Ryan's a little interesting pick. I think I could see him as a little bit of a short track contender. And as for a few others, they're most likely going to be regular speedway racers. I think I could see Kingwell being a road course contender in a way. I think I also do see Tim as a super speedway contender as well. So look out for those two. Eddie, he will be a mix of all. He'll be like an average guy finishing around high to average positions. So he'll definitely do well for him being a human. Or the quote-unquote last human. Applin, I could see him definitely being a road course contender. But he is pretty confident with super speedways, so it's only a matter of time to see what his skills will be at the super speedway. The only people you gotta look out for is Pierce, Cherry Bomb, and Cryos, because they're likely gonna be aggressive racers. However, the most aggressive overall has got to be Kayla Grimm, with Will being close second. So, yeah, it's kind of a little too close to call, but we can make assumptions to where they're educated guesses, to where we can see who actually contend well and who would not contend well. So, yeah, this is an interesting topic. There are future plans. If Kingwell is invested still after Thunderfire, he's likely going to continue on in the main roster if he has an available spot, and he'll run his iconic number, 369.
If that ever happens, but right now as it is unavailable at this time being.
So he'll most likely do that for the next season.
Depending which Bush area we're going next.
Yep.
possible one to do it is the national ones or nationwide, I believe. The nationwide cards are the current ones since the templates are available on that, so we'll see how that rolls.
Mm-hmm. I sure do hope that Will and Tim will actually bring in very good wins.
Yeah, and hopefully they get a few at the very least. Yeah, should be good. And done with. Looks like we are done with phase 2.
Mm-hmm. Oh my lord, I'm so tired, man. I can also see Roadrunner in the main roster actually being a very good contender to win his second championship. Are you still here, Leo? God damn it. Welcome back. Jesus Christ, I'm getting really fucking tired. Like, as in me sleepy.
Well, you never little.
Yoink.
Ow. Hey.
Hey, man.
You, alright. You know what?
Yoink.
Take that back, motherfucker. You know what? Since you pissed me off for that, I hope you have an engine blown for Division 2. Why do I have to be in a wreck? What gives? That's you.
Alright, you.
That's why I hear from you. Now the question is, who is most likely going to have a mechanical issue during most of the time within the season?
Oh gosh, pretty much the topic of what happened to poor Jeff most of the time in his season.
And fortunately had some few mishaps with Atomic. Is like, hooray, I finished first in this race, so I'm going to blow the fuck up.
Yeah, I don't know, that's going to be a toughie, honestly, but I think I have a little bad feeling about the Fords. They're going to have some blowouts. I might be wrong, though. But I think Fords overall, though, are probably going to have some issues. But I would say these top three guys, I would say Bolton. The second one I would think would be, let's see here, Cloudy Dagger. And then the third one would probably be Xena, the 32. What will be yours?
For me, it would be Pierce, because Wrecky Man. Cherry Bomb, because, well, Cherry is the bomb, so she'll have a habit of blowing the fuck up. The third one's going to be a really tough pick, but I feel like maybe Brittany or King Viper might have more mechanical issues for rookie side. Veteran side, Jeff Gordon Ramsay. I'm sorry, but you had a very terrible engine. You have a habit of blowing the fuck up. Now I'm actually getting even more sleepy. I know one way to wake myself up is snap at my neck. And I just gotta do this real quick. There we go, now my neck is snapped back in place. And I will say this. I don't know what to say, so I'm gonna jump off of a cliff. Whee! Hold on. Whee! That one guy.
The first time I actually heard it, it was from Toy Story. For you, it would probably be Star Wars.
I was surprised enough it was Toy Story.
Oh wow, you too?
Mm-hmm.
When Buzz gets knocked out of the window
Yep.
and you see him just like falling. That's Roadrunner when he had that championship hangover. He just fell. Hold on. Not falling with style. No. Oh my god, that's a good one. That's a good gif. I'm trying to find the best gif of Roadrunner what he's like when he had a championship hangover. Now I'm trying to look at which one would be the best one.
Yes.
Piss.
Remember I said that was the things were more lower. The circle.
Yeah.
It's too much black.
Trying to find that one bit right here. I'm gonna record a video real quick and I'll show it to you real quick when I turn it to a GIF.
Okay.
So I'll be right back.
And then this would be gray. Ish. back.
All right, I created the GIF of Roadrunner's championship hangover.
Yeah, boy.
You ready to see it?
Yeah. Just copy it.
If you want to know the full duration of it,
Yeah, just...
I got the video for you right here. You just hear Roadrunner screaming, "Hooray! Where was that?" And just hit the bush. I just love the bit of Roadrunner. It's like, oh, what am I still doing pretty good for once? I did not mean to wreck that L1 car.
I'm using the law. I have to know to do.
Yeah.
This. Flip it. The power of flipping magic.
Magic.
And the cut current is complete. All I gotta do really is probably just do the back side and round on with the cut ring. Spent like what the farmer?
I need my charger. Charger.
Where's my charger?
Got my charger.
Yay, Mr. Charger's here.
Yep.
Meanwhile,
2 hours later.
don't know what the hell I just did, but okay.
You did either, so just for that, I'm going to make sure that the Discord fucking work. Where's my soundboard? How can I hang up? Okay, there it is. So I'm gonna do this to you.
Yoink.
The engine's blown.
Your engine's blown, thanks to me.
Oh, boo-hoo. What?
See you tomorrow, okay?
Yeah.
I have building the team in the morning.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't want to drive from here at 8 a.m. traffic, so we'll done.
Alright.
Okay?
Alright.
Coffee, get some umbrella, both locked in the room with Dad.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay?
Alrighty.
Alright. Have a good night.
You too. Alright, gee. Number. Time for the number.
Number?
Time for the numbers.
I'll give you my numbers.
That's not a number, that's a.
Fuck you.
You know, I actually did this in a funny way in Boss's server one time. We got into like a funny bit to where it's like a father and son argument.
Nah.
Which I thought was pretty hilarious. The yeast is alive.
That was a lie. It was a lie.
Someone oversalted the oven.
I almost brought to the next subject, similar to the we did Thunderfire of all 4H drivers.
Yeah.
Of all 4H drivers of Goldenrush, who do you think they're gonna do well and do mid and bad?
Ooh, okie dokie. Well, I could probably tell you some drivers from the Thunderfire from the previous results that are most likely going to be doing well. So I'm going to go ahead and see the results.
Time to go to Goldenrush.
So, with this in mind, here's the first one. The Zero of Boss. He's probably going to be in the high mid range to where he's actually a good driver. Tordeke, the Pizza Man, he's probably going to be at the mid average range. The number 2, well, actually,
Are you looking at
the
are you looking at season 5 or season 6 sign up on Goldenrush?
I'm looking at the results after the race from season 5.
Nah, okay.
So, with the Savior Rex, he's probably going to be at the low mid range. Myself, I'm probably going to be one of the top tier racers. Tank is going to be one of the top tier racers. Crimcore is going to be a low average. Draken's going to be an average. Ace of Spades is going to be an average. Mr. White is going to be an average. Apollo is going to be an average. Uh, Surmiles Axelrod is going to be one of the top tier racers. Aeon the Hedgehog's going to be a good contender. Let's see. The 17 of Dante is going to be a okay driver.
But unfortunately, he is a free agent.
He's a free agent, meaning he's no longer a racer.
Remember, he didn't win the one.
Okay. But the 18, however, from Toadette, she done pretty good. She'll be a low good contender. Kate is probably going to be a very good contender. Hero, however, he's not going to do very good at all. The 21 of Poro Cloud, he's going to be below mid. The 22 is going to be a mid-pack driver. 26 of Adam's going to be a mid-pack driver. Isaac is going to be the top-tier contenders. Jeff Gordon Ramsey is going to be a mid-pack contender. Viper is going to be a top contender. Freaking Bobby would be a top contender. Wrecky Man will be a mid contender. Let's see here. Roadrunner is going to be one of the top best contenders. He'll probably be the underrated drivers. 42 of Klitzo is going to be a top contender. 43 of Cameron's going to be having a very rough start. 47 is going to be a mid-pack contender. 57 of Ken Lemon's going to be a high mid contender. Sonic DSV, oh, poor DSV, man. The 71 of ATM is probably going to be a mid-pack contender. Freaking Kaiser, ranked almost number one best for season 6. The 80 is not going to be doing very well. The 89 of Atomic, you know how unpredictable he is, so he'll probably be like a good to mid-pack contender.
Yeah, I expect that.
Kenji though, Kenji's probably going to be a backpack contender. Asher though, she's probably going to be a top tier contender. Lightning McBean's a good contender. Magic Man, well, you know his magic.
Magic's damn time.
99 of Ace, she'll be a mid contender. You, on the other hand, you barely scrape off the mid contender. You barely make it to the good contender.
Yeah, no shot.
The Akumi's a mid-pack contender. And our boy Jeff Goku's a good contender. So yeah, there's that. Also, I like the little funny bit on your status where it shows the frog dancing with lightsabers.
Yeah.
That's you, basically, for your birthday, huh?
Well, not that. I'm mainly gonna do, Need to Speed.
A Need for Speed?
Need to Speed.
Need to Speed?
You know those go-karts?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you're gonna crash them, huh?
Nah.
I wonder what happens when you do crash.
You probably just get like a flag or something, I believe.
What is it, black flag?
I think it's like a warning or something. But I don't know how to really. I don't know how to really call it. No, come on.
Green, go. Checkers, you're done. Look out. Soon to be on track. We will umpire. You suck. You're slow.
You know what I was gonna plan to originally to try to get?
Wah.
Henry Stickmin collection.
To watch the funny little animations of the Henry Stickmin.
Yeah, and I was thinking about it to get it, and it's on sale, but due to the money right now,
Money.
due to the money, I can't get it right now. So
That's why I say money.
yeah, I think the sale is gonna be up until I believe it was the 5th.
Oh.
Or no, hold on. I think I'm wrong. Let me go check. Yeah, this is the 28th all the way to the 6th.
Yeah.
And then it's just gonna be different sales later on the road. The next big one though is the winter sale on Steam. I don't know what sales are going on Xbox or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think the winter sales happen until like December or something, all the way to like February.
Oh shit! Really?
I believe so.
Damn, that's crazy.
I'm gonna have to re-Google quick. Steam sales. Trigger. Steam sales. So the two of them I'm gonna keep eye on is the Sports Fest. That one is the 8th to the 15th, and then winter sales. Yeah, I was correct. 18th of December all the way to almost February. So, but looks like it's gonna be January. Got the October next fest. October, so it's 13th to 20th, but that's just celebration. Screamfest is pretty much horror games. Sales. Animal Fest is gonna be just animal games. And Sports Fest is gonna be mainly for sports games. I'm gonna wait for Sports Fest and then Winter Sale. Taco Bell language.
Again, it was founded by Glenn Bell, who was a U.S. Marine that created Taco Bell. Look it up.
Talk about a little bit of a pain.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, just trying to get this thing to white because the original color is white for the text.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There we go. Let me copy that, paste, rotate it. I want to do the same thing again.
Right. I mean, I would imagine if you'd done the same thing again, you would have just said, "Nope, I'm done. I'm tired of this."
Yep, going to bed.
Just like how me and Isaac pissed you off to make a whole long column with the no bitches mega mind face.
Yeah, pretty much the no hood, no back, all that shit.
Yes. Man, Isaac and I got you so mad when we were doing it. I wished we had it recorded though. That would have been funny.
Fortunately, that's just your fault not realizing you should have. But it's whatever.
Fuck you.
If it does something again, you better be prepared to actually do it.
Yeah, I guess. Oh well.
Because you never know if you're gonna get the chance or not.
Or I'll be like freaking Michael Moogs when I hear that. Come on, man. and then start beating the chair up with just one punch, one singular hand punches.
I need a logo, not PNG. I need. Need that. And then get that thing green. Waste management, think green. Whoa!
What?
When I pop that thing up, holy smokes.
Well, that's a big thing.
Yeah. This has to be 90 degrees. Rotation.
Look, we got. Hold on. That's Ireland, the NASCAR.
Yep, that's his Ireland car.
I got it screenshotted. Yes.
That's hilarious.
Ireland, the NASCAR. And now we can convert it to transparent PNG.
Yeah, that's the freaking look. Let's do it right there. And then grab pink, green, white. Yeah, unfortunately, so I have to change that to white. Hey, you mind doing the honors on this one?
What is this one?
Because I need to get the think ring part.
Think.
Think.
Think. Mark!
Because you can see in the hood right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see the think part.
Yep. Hey,
Hello.
let's change to
But yeah, here's Ireland, the NASCAR. Oh, Lord.
Oh, it's a transparent PNG. Okay. Brain. Brain. Process words before move mouth.
You're just you're common with Drake with that part.
Just be like Nogla, be like, and the Terror. No, I can't say shit. And then
Whoa, we're not trying to go up. We're trying to de-shrink, not up-shrink. Oh, it's black.
just make it grow. Make it grow.
Which is black now.
Ah, yes.
What the fuck? Oh. That's... degree. And then blue, 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 blue. And we just erase. So shit. Really, really. Oh, this mechanic of it has to come back now. It's just.
Do what now? That sigh sounds like you're disappointed of me.
No, it's not you. It did the freaking this now. It's not doing what it was doing originally. That it should. Now that pisses me off a little. That seems boring. I had that, this, all of a sudden. Alright. last part. No. Thought the rim had to be, front rim had to be like green, but didn't need it, so that's good. Well, the waste management machine is complete.
Nice.
Now we just turn off that. We'll do machine helmet. Should be yellow. And then the belt will be white. Okay, I think I can make maybe one more, but I think I'm gonna make fibers simple.
Oh, okay.
My hand is freaking killing me.
I see.
Yes, eh? And then we'll call this, WM. Torch. And boom. Bop. Bam. Scarlet. I wonder if there was even a 69 car. Nah, the 67, the 68, so I have to use the numbers I got.
Numbers.
You know, in the fucking cup, there was what? There was a 69 Chevy.
Oh, really? That's nice.
Man, I might as well take my stick and take now since I'm taking a little break. So my take on Goldenrush, right? A for next year, I'm thinking that would do well. Mid and bad around there. So Mr. Apollo, despite his missed opportunities, I think after his learning experience, I think he has a chance to at least to be a good mid contender if he doesn't do what he did last time. Ace of Spades. I believe for Ace of Spades, they just need a good run to get in the 50s, hopefully, and not screw up like last time, and actually do better how they did in their rookie debut. Red, for him, hopefully he just keeps up his consistency and not go down the drain. I don't need to say anything about you because I already know the simple answer, and that's one of the top contenders. Axel, for him, he's an contender, or he's been a sneaky fella, as of late.
Mhm.
Tink I see as a dominant and aggressive man, as usual. Grimcore, hopefully he can come back as more to the mid contender, and Drakenson goes to him. And Unexpected Man will be Mr. Unexpected. We'll see if he is gonna be good mid or bad. I expect at least good mid. Ricky Opponent, I expect high expectations to be a solid performance. Same goes to Kayla Grimm. Hopefully, however, she doesn't get too much aggressive in the rookie debut of Goldenrush. Toadette just needs to stay consistent. Kate is a good contender, and I can see some more consistency of more forward. Daniel, I see some good high hopes as a contender, and especially try to be Rookie of the Year. Cloud, he just needs to rebuild himself and hopefully to do not worse than last season. Kenji, he just needs to do the same, but just kind of do better. Jeff Gordon Ramsay, I definitely see some potential to at least get back to some contend for at least one win in the bat. But he'll be a bit to back and try to at least contend at the very least. Hero, he's similar with Cloud, but he's gonna try to at least perform well. The undisputed champion, or the champion from last season. That's Mr. Isaac. I see him as another top one. And I see some high expectations as well. Bobby, he's gonna be another top contender. CB Rex, he's definitely similar to Cloud now. Wrecking Man's gonna be a Wrecky Head again, so watch out for Wrecking Man. But overall, I think he's gonna be a mid-packer and maybe try to steal a win. Runner, he's definitely a contender at this point. Same goes to Boss of Rota. ATM, he is slowly becoming a tender again after a long wait after the first two seasons, and then went to two seasons of lows. See Cool as at least put up a fight to be a Rookie of the Year. Mr. Tord, definitely the mid-packer to hopefully contender win. And Mr. Ryan, Ryan is one of the rookies. Definitely gonna try to put up a fight as well. This thing is I think they're both of them 51 to 53. They're gonna battle out for it. 57 of Can Lemon after the performance he had. The only problem I see as him right now is he's a little bit inconsistent, so he just needs to focus on that to keep up with the top dogs. Cameron, he's just gonna be Cameron, mid-packer. Shirakumi, who knows really? Kaiser, he is gonna be one of the top dogs. You just got to watch out in general, because after last season and season 4, there's no doubt about it. DSV, he's pretty much no rehab. Just needs to focus on.
He's already having a consistency hangover.
Yeah, so I expect that the DSV to be mainly a backpack guy and trying to be somewhat a little better over time.
This is basically DSV in a GIF with his consistency.
I see that. Next up on the plate, Adam. He's mainly been so far a mid-packer to low, but he's slowly fading to a back of the pack. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but right now, as a start, I think it's gonna happen. Viper has an unfortunate switch, not taking the same ride, because, well, it's a rookie ride now. And so to 88 now. We're probably only one or two seasons. I expect her to at least be definitely top contenders. Next up on the plate is a rookie another nice sentinel hole. Surprisingly enough, I expect him to also put up a fight, but probably in the mid packs as a starting point. Quetzo is definitely going to be somewhere in the top 15, top 10 zone.
Yeah.
And I kind of expect him to be an underdog in short tracks. To be a winner or two. Beans, definitely look out for him after how he debuted in his rookie year last season and had a very well performance.
Yep.
And then Ace not taking 99 sooner than Ish. She goes 98 for now, but still stays in the same manufacturer of a Ford. So let's see how she does with a different number. She's been riding mainly 99 since all the way since season 5. 1 to 5, and fortunately I had to move, temporary move to a different number for now. Asher takes that 99, that's why. She was originally 93, and 93 wasn't on the board, so that's why she looks like she took 99 and damaged the triple digits. Ace, she's definitely coming back as a mid-pack driver after how she performed in the last, like at the end of the season. She was bringing that self-motivation back, and definitely looked like season 3, mainly season 4 Ace. So hopefully she keeps that going forward soon. In 2 months prior, or a month prior soon. Asher, she's definitely at least a top 10 contender as well. Me, I'm gonna be at least a mid to top to a contender. And then White, he's gonna be chasing to a mid contender soon. And that goes to Jeff Goku, he's a mid contender to the mid packs. And that's, of course, your triple digit number, guys. 105, 155, and 172. All Pontiacs. But yeah, that is my prediction on the season 6. What's your predictions on season 6 of that? Oh yeah, since can you go count how many drivers we have for quick signups again? Because I'm still not sure if we have over 4.
Of season of the main roster?
Main roster.
Well, let's shout out, dog. Let's see here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Hold on. Let me recount that. Fuck's sakes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Missy, you're interrupting my fucking count! Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. We have 46 drivers.
Okay. So 46 out of 42. So let's see here.
But you can recount it over here right now because I'm not sure.
Yeah, try the best. Ugh. Son of a bleh.
Well, what the fuck's going on?
It's just freaking. I try to like get the thing downwards, and also it's like, nah, just look at the freaking number for your site, please. If you're supposed to set your own, motherfucker.
Just throw a can at your forehead and just let it bounce off. Just like ding, 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 ding.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, yeah. So 46 drivers out of 42, so we have 4 drivers.
But we could do this idea over here. We could try to increase more numbers with the system in NR so we can actually have them competing.
We tried that before, and I think it just didn't work well. I'm gonna do what Daniel does.
I don't think we actually have tried that.
We tried, but you're pretty skeptical about it. And I'll be honest, I don't. Yeah. I think, ow, fuck. Let's do this, right? We're probably gonna do this. How Daniel does it. We're gonna have about, let's see, 12 drivers, right? We're gonna have about all 46 drivers pick, and then we'll pick some those drivers to be on a cutoff line of qualifying, right? So that's where happy hour comes into play, right?
Okay.
So there's gonna be happy practice. Let me get out of that to believe. No, goes practice. So goes February, happy hour.
Son of a fuck nut. Okay.
I said Floppernook. Yeah, practice qualifying. Okay. So, practice, right, is gonna be the elimination stay line. So, in default, right, there's gonna be 32 drivers in the safe zone, and then only 12 out of whatever those drivers, right, has to make it in, I believe. And we'll make we'll do a test with ourselves off the train thing before we do the pre-season limit or anything like that. But I think how it works, right, is the ones below doesn't have the higher lap time gets they have to stay out of the race, unfortunately. And then afterwards it just goes back to normal, and we go to qualifying, happy hours to practice, and then where is it? After that we go to the race itself. So that's gonna be the big change for only this season alone, since we fortunately got 46 drivers.
Let me try to think of something. Try to look through on how to do this.
But I'm gonna BRB. I gotta take a BRB. And then
Let me share this with you real quick.
Sure, being the Weber, I got BRB, and then whatchamacallit, we'll make Viper's car.
Okay.
Welcome back. Check out the video that I showed you. It might be able to help out with our issue.
Alright, we'll check it out after the stream. Let's make Viper's paint scheme. Alright. What sponsor should we do? What to do? Sponsor. Look at a few sponsors I have on camera.
Or how I would think of this if we could do, we continue it as normal, and then just say how some racers won't be able to make it. However, if there are wrecked cars out there, they will position higher than the wrecked cars.
What is that?
What, dog? What? Hi, you jump on my bed. Ha ha ha. You jump on my bed again. What are you gonna do? Oh, you gonna get spicy? You wanna get spicy? Let's get spicy. Let's get spicy. Spicy. Spicy dog. You're so spicy. 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 You're so spicy. Yes, you are. Spicy. 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 You're so spicy. 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 Yes, you are. What are you gonna do, dog? What are you gonna do? Huh? Get up here. What? Spicy. 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 Spicy.
Alright, I think we're gonna do the basic line.
The basic line.
Yeah, the basic line style.
What's the basic line style?
So, basic line is pretty much this.
Oh, I thought you meant like how we're gonna tackle the issue with us having 47 or 46 of what brain. Brain. I swear to Christ, if I wind up being like Drake and kill myself. Anyways, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take my dog out.
Yeah, we're doing Flavors 69 paint scheme core, and then that's pretty much it on paint scheme wise for now. There's still definitely time to do for well, there's still definitely things that need to do soon for the others, mainly, you know, mine and my last one, and then White's, and then Jeff, Goku Jeff. So for that, we'll see that shortly, but unfortunately you won't see all of them make, because that'll be kind of spoiling the whole surprise on season 6. But this is the only one I think you will see me making for season 1 of, you know, Bush series. Bush series, I really think I'm gonna make an angel. I really don't have plans to make that many paint schemes on Bush. But when it comes to Cup, I always can do a good amount, and keep in mind that looks approved enough to do. So yeah, just gotta be patient. Gotta just wait and see how it goes. And just find out. It has been a bit of a weird one, unfortunately, for me. Trying to make.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go get myself some sleep. If you have the idea of how to take through this problem, just let me know in DMs or whenever possible. Okay.
I'll let you know tomorrow since that day, if I'm not doing anything, we're doing preseason for uh,
Races.
yeah, for Thunderfire and such and all that, and I'll take a look at it after stream, see how it works or see how it looks, and if I don't really feel like
Mhm.
it to the taste meeting, then we just probably go for the other one I had in mind. That's just do spin up every
Wheel
driver.
Wheel of Fate.
Yeah, and then those top 12 drivers or so. I can't remember how many drivers we should do, but right now it's just 12 right now. I'm on a guess. So yeah.
Like them not being able to participate in the race.
No, to decide who's in and out. You'll see later on what I mean.
Oh, okay.
It's something that in Daniel's server or his leagues that I've done before, because my 78 car when I was a rookie, and there was a few other drivers also was in the series, the Oreo Cup series, and if there was a few more, I had to pretty much do out qualify the other drivers to stay in. But
Okay.
I tried to show it or put more detail better tomorrow.
Anyways, I'm gonna get some sleep. Good night, man.
I'm gonna wish the co-host of shooting 1,000. You can have a good night. I guess his condolences. Yeah, for me, after this, I will give my final thoughts of what I think who is gonna be in and out of the Thunderfire Winston Chase mode. Or not Winston Chase mode, but maybe on the Winston Chase. So for um for let's see, Thunderfire, right? I think I'll do both actually. So Thunderfire, my top, I think we're doing the same as last time, 13. We might take a look at the picture soon on going with 16 drivers. But I don't think that wouldn't work. But next time, I think that would give like a lot of chances for like half the drivers to try to get in. The only good playoff driver, of course, is 16 drivers and 30 drivers to try to get in, or at least out of the 20, I believe. 16 out of the 20 or 14 out of the 20 or something like that. Who knows? But right now it's 13 out of the top 20. So anyway, I think my top 13 drivers is the number 3 of Vitic Kermit, the number 4 of Ryan, the number 8 of Shade, the number 20, the number 13 of FaZe. So Vic, Ryan, Shade, FaZe. Upon the 17, let's see, Daniel, Graham, Bobby, I see, Jeff Gordon Ramsey, then one of the boys found out, so we either be Kiliwa or Kev. Let's see, Viper, and then the last two would be Xavier in charge. So that's my pick. When it comes to Goldenrush, however, it's pretty obvious for the top 5. Shade, Kaiser, Q the Magic Man, Bobby, Roadrunner, and then here's a few others left. Axel, Fomanat. I think Vic can try to make it again. And Colterman, ATM, Kane Lemon, and lastly but not least, Klitzo. And then the last 3 is Ace, Asher, and I'm gonna put myself in there because I want to try my best to see actually if my car can actually get there or not. However, it'll be me or a rookie. And that rookie, to try to battle, the other rookie to battle out would be the 40 or the 51. So that'd be Ryan or Danny. So we'll see how it plays out in the upcoming month. That means not October, but November. We'll see how in November you'll play. Yeah, hopefully this works for Busheries. Hopefully this wasn't really a waste of my time to make this paint scheme, you know. So let's hope the best this car is gonna be just right. That one, put one roof. Today, I mean, the general of my day has been, I mean, back like in like usually for working at 20 and then pay your down here if you kind of forgot you want to eat shit, and all of a sudden I guess the sinuses kick in sometimes depending on the weather. It seems mine has kind of kicked in today, but also I was feeling really vacuum-ish, even though I kind of had a lack of water, because water in general helps your system a lot. What really helps your system. I don't know about the other stuff though, but yeah, you guys keep in mind that at the end of the day, just always drink water. What's the really funny part, man, is in the Walmart League, October 3rd and October 4th is when that's when I'm gonna see, because I think I'm for right. I don't know what time that's gonna start, but that one league I'm in, that's where it starts. And then, because that's one of the leagues, and then followed by the other one, it does a different, and I think it's the D1 or D2, I don't know what time exactly it's doing it, but yeah, it's surprising that my birthday and then the day after that, it's after my birthday, so it's gonna be a surprising 2 races to see. It's in 69. It's a funny it's a funny number. Doesn't need to be, besides this card doesn't really need to be perfect, since it's gonna be a beginning of my making of simple yet a card that should be fine. For season 1 of, because again, season 1 I'd rather pick a set that has like 100 something and it has at least 2 base games tops, and just not really make any, unless there's a paint scheme guy that makes paint scheme and likes to join it for the league. I'm all open for that. Alright, so we got that done. We'll do the spoiler color. And just do that one. To the bucket color, bam. And then the roof rail, we'll do the same, and the scale thin. And after that, Yeah, well, crap. Yeah, sorry about that, Missy. Just getting that much water and stuff, and yeah. Did not really expect that to do that, but ugh. Oy, oy. Alright. We got here. There we go. Some more. And then we just get the logo. Puff. I also got to make another 69 car, and that's for Caravan on the Chevy. So that's gonna be fun. Like this. I think that's pretty good. And then we'll put right here. One right here. On the other side. Minus 9 degrees. And we should be good to go. This part. Yep. All we gotta do is just a driver. And then to the desktop. And there we go. I'll keep the 60 numbers for Mr. Cameron, but that's it right there. Well, that's it, everybody. I thank everybody. I thank people who made those non-copyright musics. I'll give them credit down below when this is what you call it. Put credit down below to go check them out, or search their names. They will be down description down below when the stream is over. Will be edited and be shown. So yeah, shout out to them, and let's see. Shout out to Shade and the others who have joined. I'm Shade 59,000. Thank you again. Sorry if it was a bit of a slow start, but you did saw that I was making the paint scheme for the All-Star race and my Daytona race. So you're going to see that Hendrick USA machine for 2 times. And then the wasteman machine has arrived. So yeah. Until then, folks, we will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully, on preseason. We'll see you guys on preseason. The preseason for whatchamacallit. The preseason startup for season 1 of Thunderfire. And after that, when that is done, you will see part 1.5 of the mods of WA, aka World at War, of me and Atomic, and maybe somebody else, who knows. Part 2, we don't know when that's coming out yet, but we'll figure that out slowly but surely. Until then, folks, I'll keep posting on every stream of what's gonna happen in the end. Lethal Company, if we're new on that one probably won't happen until I am actually home alone again, because again, my dad is he's a week on, plus it's gonna be mainly a birthday week soon. So yeah. So I think the streams are gonna be kind of lowish. But however, I believe in October, somewhere around the October range. I think it's gonna be maybe October 1st or 2nd that we will start the season for Thunderfire. I gotta, let Shane know on that, of course, that, again, season 1 of Thunderfire will hopefully start as October 1st or 2nd. But other than that, though, thank you all for watching. This is Rucker, aka Leo. Have a good rest of your day, night, evening, afternoon, morning, depending where you're all at. And we'll see you next time, everybody. See you till then.